Morning.
Good morning, Your Honour.
Ms Ward.
Your Honour, before I call the first witness for the day, can I tender a document? It was marked up as MFIC yesterday, but we've now collated the annexures to that document, and I tender it now, and I think we're up to Exhibit 71.
Thank you. Yes, that'll be Exhibit 71. Thanks very much.
And for the witness that we're calling this morning, Your Honour, his statement received on, I think, Sunday, has been included within the brief, so that's within Exhibit 19A as tab 158.
Thank you.
So I call Mark Williams.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr Williams. Have a seat.
Is your name Mark Richard Williams?
It is.
Are you presently the director of a company called Incident Management Solutions?
I am.
If you need to pour yourself some water, please do so.
Tap.
Were you formerly an employee of the Rural Fire Service?
Yes, I was.
And when did you finish your employment with that organisation?
November 2022.
Does your history as an employee of the Rural Fire Service include, and for the moment keeping the history to your work in the Shoalhaven district, does it include working firstly as a district or business officer?
It does.
Was that an employed position or volunteer?
Employed.
And did it then extend to being a fire control officer?
It.
Again, was that employed or volunteer?
Employed.
And were you ultimately employed as the district manager for the Shoalhaven district of the Rural Fire Service?
That's correct.
Did your involvement with the RFS in the Shoalhaven district start in 2006?
It did.
And then has run through until late last year, is
That's
that right?
Yes.
In addition to your employed work with the RFS, have you also maintained any volunteer membership of any local brigades?
Yes, I am a member of the Shoalhaven Heads Rural Fire Brigade.
Why do both?
Generally, because I came from a volunteer membership background myself, originating in Beacon Hill, Ringa Pittwater, back in '87. I firmly believe in the Rural Fire Service and what it stands for, the volunteer capacity. It also now allows me to continue providing that work to the community, as well as in my specialist role being aviation.
Were you appointed as the Section 44 Incident Controller for the response to the Coronial fire for the period from the 27th of November 2019 to February 2020?
I was.
In that capacity, have you prepared a statement dated the 21st of May 2023?
I did.
Do you have a copy of that in front of you?
I do.
Is that statement to be read in conjunction with a Section 44 report that you completed as the incident controller at the end of or at the conclusion of the declaration period?
That's correct.
Your Honour, that's within Volume 1, Tab 6 of the brief. Could that just be made available to the witness for the purpose of his evidence? It is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Mr Williams, if you need to have regard to that section 44 report for the purpose of your evidence this morning, please say so.
Okay, thank you.
Over the time that you were working in the Shoalhaven district, so from 2006 through until 2022, did you develop a broad understanding of the terrain, the vegetation and the assets across the district generally?
Yes, it is a very large area, but generally speaking, throughout my tenure there, dealing with numerous incidents, be it across the range of bushfire, motor vehicle, structure fires, I got to know the localities around the area on a general basis.
Presumably, though, you came to know some sectors of the district better than others.
Absolutely, yes.
Including the sector where you also volunteered on a local brigade.
That's correct.
What about the Yatta Yatta area and the properties to the west of the Princess Highway out towards the McDonald State Forest?
Certainly we had incidents in and around that location over the period of time. Predominantly, though, my experience would have been to the east of the Princess Highway around the Conjola area and the localities and the suburbs and villages up and down the coast.
Did you have, as at December of 2022, a broad understanding of the geography from the Princess Highway west along Porters Creek Road and heading out to the McDonald State Forest and up onto the escarpment?
In a general nature, I'm not sure whether I've ever traversed those particular roadway systems through there prior to that, but yes, certainly knew the general vegetation and topography.
You don't profess to have had any intimate involvement with fighting fires or working on hazard reduction burns or anything?
I don't recall anything specific, but it is possible that we undertook some works in and around those areas.
I want to ask you some questions now about your involvement with firefighting efforts earlier in the 2019-2020 season and prior to the Coronial ignition. Do you follow?
Yep.
Were you one of the RFS workers to deploy to fires in the northern part of New South Wales around September or October of 2019?
That's correct, yes.
Where did you deploy?
To the Northern Tablelands. The date range escapes me, but I believe it was a 75-day deployment with days off for fatigue-related issues as the incident controller for the Section 44 declaration in that area.
So you were away from home for a couple of months, a bit over a couple of months, working on that deployment?
With some minor breaks in between and visits back home, but generally, yes.
And I think you've told the court your role was as incident controller or Section 44?
That's correct.
Which fire was that in response to?
That was the Section 44 for the Tenterfield, Glen Innes area. It would have been, I'm not sure of the exact title of the Section 44, but Northern Tablelands, I believe it was probably known as.
We're aware of a Section 44 declaration that covered, for instance, the Kangawalla fire.
That's correct.
Were you involved in that fire? And also a much smaller fire called the Mount Mackenzie Road fire in Tenterfield.
Correct.
Were you the incident controller for that fire?
I was.
And is it possible that there were other fires within that Section 44 declaration area for which you exercised responsibility as incident controller?
Very many. That declaration, whilst I was there for 75 days, eventuated being 150 days, I believe, in duration, and some 500 incidents over that period of time occurred.
So did your involvement perhaps extend to the Liberation Trail fire? Bees Nest fire?
It did. That was the original deployment was for the Bees Nest fire. That fire was already occurring as I was deployed.
I've run out of fires that I can think of off the top of my head from that region, but could you tell, Her Honour, was that deployment particularly early for a so-called typical bushfire season?
The fire season does tend to move from the north down to the south in a normal fire season year. It was probably on the earlier side for that to occur. Certainly the weather that we were experiencing at the time certainly made those fires behave a lot worse than what we would normally experience, and the number of ignitions that we were suffering also was a lot higher than what we would normally experience with dry thunderstorms and other forms of ignition.
Did your experience in deploying to those fires earlier in the season inform your understanding of what you might expect when the Currawong fire itself started in November 2019?
Certainly did.
In what way?
As I just mentioned, the dryness that we had severe drought leading up to for a couple of seasons prior to the start of that season. The fire behaviour, the weather conditions we were getting, the very low humidities, we were seeing fires burn 24 hours a day right through the nighttime periods. We were seeing fire behaviour far in excess of what would be normal for that time of year and in that sort of topography and vegetation. And the amount of ignitions and the amount of spot fire activity that we were seeing occur, as well as the blow-up days, what we call blow-up days with significant fire weather approaching into or getting into catastrophic conditions on a number of days during that period.
Corona has received a lot of evidence referring to fire spread overnight, picking up on something you've just said, which was described by the Rural Fire Service as being anomalous, to the extent that some fires travelled overnight. Was that your experience prior to the Currawong fire starting?
It certainly was, and we were seeing active fire on all fronts of the fire ground at all times, regardless of prevailing wind conditions. Normally a fire would quieten down on, especially overnight, on the backing side of a fire, but we were still seeing rates of spread right through the perimeter of the instances that were occurring.
So including backing and flanking fire?
That's correct.
You've referred to some catastrophic fire days in one of your answers already. Did you experience during that September-October deployment to the north the impact of pyrocumulus clouds?
I believe so. I don't recount the exact days that it occurred, but yes, we did experience that for sure.
Dealing with that experience then in summary, is it fair to say that because of the work you had undertaken in September and October of 2019, you were very much alerted to the potential that this was going to be a particularly difficult and dangerous season even for the southern region?
It certainly was lining up for that. There was no predicted break to the season by the weather-ending event that we could see. Obviously, if that came through, that would put paid to that, but certainly we were lining ourselves up that it was going to be a protracted and intense season.
Is it important to bear in mind, though, that whether or not an individual fire would in fact prove to be difficult or dangerous across that season would of course depend upon a number of variable factors?
A huge amount of varying factors, everything from ability to access or even identify that a fire had started in a very short time period. If we had resources close by that could respond and get on scene within a very short time period, the weather conditions being experienced at the time, the vegetation that was burning in, the remote nature of it or not, there was a huge number of variables.
The court has heard a great deal of evidence about the big fires this season, so fires that led to some sort of Section 44 declaration. But from a Shoalhaven district perspective, was there also an increase in the number of smaller fires across the season?
Generally, I would say yes. I'd have to look at the actual statistics to prove that, but certainly, activity across the board, and even during the Currawong Section 44, we had a number of fires burning within incidents within the incident, if that makes sense.
Presumably some of those smaller fires were actually able to be successfully contained or managed, otherwise they would have gone on to be included within a Section 44 declaration.
That's correct. There was a number that were included in the reporting structure of the Currawong fire, such as the Combadon fire and the Tianjara fire, but there was a number of other fires that were attended to and extinguished very quickly.
The Tianjara fire ultimately merged with the Currawong fire, didn't it?
That's correct.
Did the success in fighting an unusually high number of smaller fires also come at a cost to your brigades in terms of individual energy and resources that were spent in relation to each of those individual efforts?
Certainly, for For the management of an area, we couldn't afford to deploy all of our resources onto the one main fire front because we still had to be able to and have the capacity to respond to new ignitions. And any time those new ignitions occurred, that would not only take those ready reserve type resources, but also would impact on the firefighting capability and capacity that we had for the main fire.
What I'm getting at is, as well as having to focus on these extraordinary fires subject to Section 44 declarations, the RFS also needed to be deploying to a whole lot of smaller fires that were successfully contained and managed, which this court is not aware of because they've not been of significance to warrant a report to the coroner.
That's correct.
But which involved your brigades being out on the ground, still putting in the hours and the efforts to contain those smaller fires successfully.
Most certainly.
I want to ask you now about a strategy termed the Eastern Containment Strategy. It's a strategy that you're well familiar with. So moving to the progress of the Currawong fire itself, when you were appointed as the incident controller on the 27th of November 2019, what were the most urgent priorities at that point in trying to contain the fire?
Initially, the priorities were to identify the location of the fire and get resources to it to actually provide initial situation reports back as to what they could see and whether they would be able to combat the incident themselves. From there, it quickly escalated when reports were back that it was well established and they were unable to obtain access to the area, and the fire behaviour was of such that they wouldn't be able to do direct firefighting on it anyway. Our focus as the IMT, as that was starting to get put together, was to identify threatened assets in and around the immediate vicinity and start coming up with planning as to how we would best protect those assets, as well as to contain the fire to as smaller area as possible.
When you, in that answer, talk about difficulty in getting access to the area, I just want to understand what you mean about access, because Her Honour's travelled out to the scene and one can travel on the roads through the forest to the compartment roads where the fire is believed to have commenced. So one can access that scene visually. But what do you mean when you say difficulties in accessing?
Difficulties in access, whilst there's compartment roads in and around that you refer to, given the range of weather conditions, given the establishment of the fire and its going nature at the time, whilst access may be able to get to in the general vicinity, getting to the seat of the fire was probably not possible, and nor would it be possible because of the fire behaviour and having to put people in danger's way.
The access that's important for your purposes is access to the fire front that allows you to start trying to contain it if possible.
That's correct.
Not access that gives you a viewpoint to where the fire has ignited.
That's correct.
Can I ask you please to go to your statement, and in particular to paragraph 22? You've got that statement there, have you?
I do.
Is this a fair summary of your evidence in paragraph 22? In terms of thinking about containment strategies, your IMT was constantly assessing, anticipating weather and making plans to contain the fire to the smallest possible area, although ultimately in the facts that emerged, this was unsuccessful for a variety of reasons.
That's correct, and part of the IMT process is to plan for fallback options, looking at if a particular objective is not achievable, then looking at other fallback options. So still planning for the need to withdraw and what the next option would be.
So whilst the court is now zeroing in on the Eastern Containment Strategy, including with the benefit of hindsight, should that strategy be properly understood as something that evolved over time was refined in response to events on the fire ground?
Certainly a dynamic situation, and as the fire continued to increase in size, further fallback options were identified, and it certainly was planned early in the piece and discussed the need to have those identified ready to enact should the fire reach certain trigger points throughout its duration.
Speaking very broadly, was the initial plan to try and contain the fire to the south and west as much as possible?
Absolutely.
And then you've talked about the need to expand the containment line in response to events on the fire ground. Does that mean that even whilst you had some crews deployed to try and maintain containment line A, for example, you also had separate crews working on containment line B as a fallback strategy?
That was certainly the case, and certainly in relation to the Eastern Containment Line, we ended up setting up a completely separate division just to construct that line.
What was that division called?
As for a naming convention, I believe it was a heavy plant division.
Because withdraw that, because often heavy plant was the first thing you needed to send in to start work on the containment line.
That's correct, and the identification and need to have that line created, we didn't want to have those resources, being used elsewhere. We wanted to have those resources dedicated to getting that line in place, so that therefore we actually had not only the resources but the management of that heavy plant division specifically tasked for that line construction.
Where else would the heavy plant division be used otherwise?
Not only the heavy plant itself, so such as graders and heavy implements, they could be used elsewhere should the need arise. At other parts of the fire, other sectors within the fire may require heavy plant at each time. We kept a second set of heavy plant available for those type of uses, whilst the heavy plant division was equipped to undertake that specific role for the Eastern Containment.
Is that role for heavy plant, does that role extend to things like using heavy plant for tactical backburning, small scale backburning to protect particular assets in the scene of any particular fire front?
Generally, no. Not saying that it could be absolutely precluded, but generally tactical backburning is done by a firefighter or fire appliances on the ground using the equipment that they have ready access to them. But if there was a piece of heavy machinery around them at the time that could be used advantageously, then that could be used as well.
Tell me if this is a fair summary then. The heavy plant division was largely dedicated to the Eastern Containment Strategy.
That's correct.
Which involved executing the strategy in more than one place at a time.
Absolutely.
But you held back some heavy plant equipment and staff in case they actually needed to quickly deploy to particular parts of the fire ground.
That's correct.
Within your statement, you say that on the 1st of December, this is paragraph, broke containment east of River Road and ran to the Princess Highway and then spotted to the east of the highway the next day, so the 2nd of December?
That's correct.
Did that fire run then go on to impact upon communities to the east of the Princess Highway at that point?
Shortly thereafter, it did. It went out and affected the communities of Durras, Borley Point, Kyla, Depot Beach, and out to Tamil.
Was there anything unusual about the speed or progression of the fire at that point, beyond the fact that it was obviously serious enough to have already justified a Section 44 declaration?
Certainly the fire behaviour, as mentioned earlier, was certainly extreme in comparison of the weather conditions that we were having at the time. The rates of spread were high. It was burning once across the Princess Highway. At that particular point, it was burning through thick vegetation, which made access and any sort of firefighting have to be automatically into the defensive type situation.
Had you had an opportunity at that point to try and insert any strategic backburns to the west of the Princess Highway in that sector as part of the Eastern Containment Strategy?
Is that prior to it crossing the Princess Highway?
Yes.
I believe there was some backburning occurring. I would have to recall through records itself, but we certainly were trying to use natural features as well as roadway systems to keep it to the west of the Clyde River and other known roadway systems and natural breaks that we could actually use. So backburning would have likely been used in and around those locations as well.
I accept that you're saying it was likely used in and around those locations. If it was used, it was not successfose in containing the fire at that point to the west of the Princess Highway.
Not in total. There's more than likely sections of those backburns that went in that were successful in protecting the assets immediately in the vicinity. But with backburns, if it only breaks through one section, it can then, it fails the entire line. But it needs to be noted that there's still a lot of protection that can be afforded by the stuff that does not break.
I want to now turn to your attempts to contain the fire to the south of Yadborough Road and the Western Distributor Road. Is it called the Western Distributor Road?
The Western Distributor is it. I'm not sure whether it's got the word road on the end of it or not.
Well, let's drop that. What did that attempt involve?
Certainly there's a fairly large compartment, a very large, broad-ranged system where we're looking at containment options. The Western Distributor is a very well-known local, fire trail and access trails into the state forest and the likes that has been used on numerous occasions successfully and sometimes unsuccessfully as a containment option to try and stop fires from ingressing or egressing from the heavily vegetated areas surrounding it. So with the Western Distributor, all our attempts or some of our attempts out in that line were to keep that fire, the Carawan fire, to the east of the Western Distributor to prevent it from going over towards Mongalo. Likewise with the Yadborough Road, it's primarily an east-west road running from the Princess Highway out to the Western Distributor, and trying to compartmentalise that fire again and contain it to the southern side of Yadborough Road was the broad containment option at that time as we needed to fall back.
How confident were you of being able to contain the fire at that point in early December using Yadborough Road and the Western Distributor?
Very confident initially. Ultimately, the fire did jump the Western Distributor Road, but that was after many days of being able to contain it to the Western Distributor. Similarly, with the Yadborough Road, we had instances where the fire was progressing well up towards the Yadborough Road. We had planned to do backburning along Yadborough Road on the southern edge as the fire progressed up there. And it looked in a lot of areas that was going to be successful because the fire was generally of a backing nature as it ran up to that road. Unfortunately, that didn't eventuate.
Was that plan ultimately frustrated by fires to the north of Yadborough Road, where there's some suspicion, and I think someone was actually charged? I don't know the outcome of the criminal proceedings.
I believe it's still before the courts, but certainly there's suspicious activity along Yadborough Road with fires being lit on both sides of the road. And once fire was introduced to the north of Yadborough Road, it significantly impacted the control options available for the Carawan fire.
In lay terms, did that mean you then had to look at other options still further to the north to try and go in and contain the Carawan fire?
That's correct. I believe that we'd already initially discussed the eastern containment line and progressing it further north in preparation should the Yadborough Road option and other options fail. But certainly that once the fire had been introduced to the north of Yadborough Road, certainly impacted the containment capability and needed us to progress well in advance of what we had planned for to getting that eastern containment line.
Excuse me. I'm going to ask you some questions now, Mr. Williams, based upon the details you provide in your statement at paragraph 27. And firstly, focusing on 27 little a, which is a summary of the ignitions north of the Yadborough Road and Western Distributor. Do you see you go on to say in that paragraph the next viable containment line to the north was Bragwood Road at Sassafras.
Yes, I do.
And you also observed that this necessitated combating the fire in and around rural property boundaries and the outskirts of the Ulladulla Basin. And you refer to, I'm not sure how to pronounce the name of that village. How do I say that?
Rubia?
Crubia, Woodstock and Milton. Where is Crubia relative to Milton?
It is to the south. Coronial Road runs between Milton and down towards the Yadborough Road area. So it's on the outskirts of what I'm colloquially calling the Ulladulla Basin, the urban settlement, albeit rural, out to the vegetation or the heavy timbered area.
So are you suggesting there that at this point, the Eastern Containment Strategy included planning for containment lines and or strategic backburns as far south as Crubia, so even past Milton?
That's correct.
And was that, at least at this time, the likely southern end point for the containment strategy?
Once it had crossed Yadborough Road to the north, yes, and we're also looking at tying it into an earlier fire that was, name escapes me, probably from 12 to 18 months earlier, which ultimately held the fire at that point as well.
Did that work on the prospect of extending the Eastern Containment Strategy as far south as Crubia proceed beyond the planning stage? And by that I mean, did heavy plant go out and start working on containment lines, or was there any strategic backburning actually commenced in the area southwest of Milton?
My understanding is, yes, that did occur.
So tell me then if this is accurate. We've been focused here on the execution of the Eastern Containment Strategy within the yada yada sector. But that sector needs to be considered in the wider context of the overall strategy, agreed?
Absolutely.
And does that mean that the strategy commenced at different points towards the south of the district, which were then working north? But at the same time, there are also various points where containment lines were coming in to the north of the district and overall heading south.
That's correct. So when we came up with the strategic plan for the Eastern Containment Line through the incident management team and the planning section of strategic planning, there was identified trigger points as to which sections would be constructed in a priority order. And that was dependent and needed to remain fluid and dynamic as the fire progressed towards that line. So where we may have had plans for a particular section to be created and backburnt from on a particular date, that would then need to be, I guess, changed as not only weather conditions came through, but also as the fire progressed towards those lines. So what we saw was over a 108 kilometre line, ultimately, between effectively Crubia and through to Nowra, was the fact that that line had to get constructed and backburnt off through that entire period, and it was undertaken in many different sections.
So in effect, and again this is my lay interpretation, what you're describing there is a series of smaller containment lines that you look to tie together to ultimately end up with one extended containment line. That's
correct. At the risk of putting it into layman's terms, it would be similar to constructing a road where you have multiple contractors undertaking a highway development, and they're doing different sections ultimately, which all need to come together to create that full line.
But in some parts of the extended containment line, you could use some geographical features that would themselves act as a block?
Absolutely. We were using a range of existing roadways, existing driveways, access trails on properties, through to natural features such as watercourses, which we might need to touch up, and right through the edges of vegetation changes, so on the edges of farming property, and as they interact with the urban, the interface bushland.
At the end of this sub-paragraph, at the end of 27A, do you see that you refer to the fact that the introduction of fire to the north of Yadborough Road resulted in the need to reprioritise current efforts and meant that you effectively lost at least a week in the construction of the eastern containment line.
I do.
I just want to understand what you mean by that loss of at least a week.
We were looking again with the idea of having fallback options should Yabra Road backburning and the efforts to keep it to the south didn't eventuate. So if that backburn had actually breached at some point in time. But the timing of the impact of that fire up to Yabra Road, we expected that we had a good 5 days plus to be able to get that backburn in and keep that fire to the south. So having on the 1 day fire introduced both sides of Yabra Road and especially across the north, effectively made us have to move forward with our planning for and construction for the eastern containment line by at least that week.
And of course, the work that your crews had put into trying to establish, or whatever work they did along Yadborough Road and the Western Distributor, was wasted effort.
Absolutely.
Was this eastern containment strategy a long-term strategy that had been previously used or discussed within the district, and which could be pulled out and dusted off and used again if need be in 2019?
Not in its entirety. I would suggest that portions of that line may have been used for individual fires at a particular time, but certainly not in its context of that 108-kilometre line.
Let's talk about the 108 kilometres. You refer to that figure in your statement. Is that your estimate of the length of the eastern containment line if it had been fully implemented, built?
That's correct. So given the fact that it is not just, a straight line as the crow flies, it's got to follow natural features and property boundaries where possible and viable access routes. The length of that line we anticipated was in the vicinity of that 108 kilometres.
Had you ever previously worked on a containment line of such length?
I've worked on similar lines within the Blue Mountains and other areas, but nothing as significant as that, and creating it from, effectively scratch.
And on those experiences, including the time in the Blue Mountains, have you worked on the containment line of a similar length but with success? Yeah,
that's correct. The Blue Mountains on the southern portion during the 2001-2 fires, we constructed a similar line against the back of properties, which ultimately was effective and ran from Glenbrook up to the Kings Tableland Road.
I'm trying to think. The 2001-2002 fires in the Blue Mountains.
It was the Mount Hall fire.
Mount Hall, okay. Again, if we compare the resources that were available to you for that Mount Hall fire versus the resources available to you for the eastern containment line, are they comparable?
Probably not. Again, I'd have to recall exactly what happened in 2001-2. Different types of fire activity. With the Blue Mountains fire, we actually constructed at the back of properties, using a lot more resources at hand and stayed ahead of the fire over a protracted period. Whereas with the Coronial incident, Eastern Containment Line, we had limited resources and ultimately limited time frame to get that in.
The focus of this inquiry has been on the Eastern Containment Line, but your focus had to be wider than just an Eastern Containment Line, is that right? Very
much so. We had the eastern side was just one side of the fire. We also had the north, the south and the west with an ultimate perimeter of over 500 kilometres.
When you come to that figure of 500 kilometres, is that your estimate of the perimeter at the time when it was at its largest?
I believe so, yes.
And where do you get the estimate from?
I believe it was from the planning section within the IMT and the mapping side of things.
Did that 500 kilometres of containment line fall exclusively within your rural fire service district?
On that part of the 500 kilometres, I believe so, and that was the ultimate edge of the fire, whether it was contained or extinguished by natural parameters, be it weather or boundaries. such as the East Coast. But I believe there was certainly significant areas which escaped into other Section 44 declaration areas, such as the Clyde Mountain in the south and out to the Mongalo area, Charlie's Forest, Section 44.
Clyde Mountain, Charlie's Forest. We know Tianjara was a separate fire that later merged. There's one more, isn't there? Moreton. Was the Moreton fire also part of the Currowan fire that was allocated to a different Section 44 when it crossed into a different local government area?
My recollection was the Moreton fire was eventuated from a fire progression north of the Shoalhaven River, which went into and past Kangaroo Valley and up into the Wingecarribee Rural Fire District, and then became known as that portion of the fire being excised and managed by that Section 44 in that area.
But originally believed to have
Come from Coronial.
come from Coronial. Okay. And when you say that you had this 500-kilometre containment line to work on within your rural fire district, were you having to task appliances and crews to points along that entire 500-kilometre boundary?
At points, yes. Prioritising where those resources get deployed to, protecting assets and infrastructure in relevant areas. There was numerous areas along that 500 kilometres that we just did not have access to, and had to let the fire run unabated until it approached such lines that we could put in place.
Was the eastern containment line a particular focus though, because it was to sit between the Currowan fire and the communities and population centres down the east and closer to the coast?
Absolutely. So the primary area of habitation, I guess, is on the east coast, running on roadways both off to the west and to the east of the Princes Highway, predominantly. There was a number of communities along Braidwood Road, Sassafras and like that, which were also devastated by the Tianjara fire and Currowan fire. But primarily our focus was on the eastern side of things because of that populated and highly infrastructure area.
I want to move now to some of the particular decision making on the 30th and the 31st of December 2019. You follow the topic? After the Section 44 Currowan Declaration was eventually revoked, the Rural Fire Service conducted some type of internal investigation which led to the production of a document called Factual Investigation Currowan Fire Impact on Conjola Park 31 December 2019.
Yes,
Are you familiar with that particular factual investigation?
I am.
It seems to be a factual investigation that sits within a much wider number of investigations undertaken by the RFS across this fire and other fires in that season. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it was undertaken by personnel within the RFS outside of my edict. And I certainly am aware of the document as we produced it in the form of a discussion with the community.
You're not listed as one of the people interviewed for the purpose of that investigation.
That's correct.
Were you interviewed?
No, I wasn't.
Were you interviewed for any other RFS factual investigations relating to the Currowan fire?
Not that I'm aware of.
And were you aware that the factual investigation was being conducted at the time it was conducted?
I was aware that one was being conducted prior to it being released, but I believe it had already been commenced before I became aware.
Tell me if you agree with this. In order to understand the impact of the Currowan fire on Conjola Park, one needs to understand the decisions and strategies implemented in the lead up to the decision on 30 December 2019 to permit strategic backburns to continue in the yada yada sector through until the early hours of 31 December. Does that sound right?
Sorry, can I just get the start of that one again?
The impact, I'll break it down. The impact of the Currowan fire on Conjola Park significantly took place on the 31st of December 2019.
Yes.
In order to understand what happened on the 31st of December 2019, one really needs to go back to some of the decisions that were made on the 30th of December 2019.
Correct?
And one of the decisions made on the 30th of December 2019 was, I think, a decision that you made, but correct me if I'm wrong, that some strategic backburns would continue in the yata yata sector through until the early hours of 31 December.
That's correct, in conjunction with the incident management team.
So through until, I think your documents refer to a window starting at around midnight and through until 2 a.m.
That would be the latest that we would accept any burning occurring.
It was your expectation, was it, that teams in the field would be able to work on backburns through the day shift on the 30th?
That's correct.
And the swing shift?
At certain points during the 30th, I believe that the burning had to be pulled up because of the weather conditions on that day, but we were at the understanding after many discussions with the incident management team and the people within it that we had a window of opportunity, a maximum window of opportunity until 2 a.m. before the next weather event would start to come through. So therefore, the decision was made that we had that window of opportunity to get those the remaining sections closed in.
So my question to you is, do you agree that in trying to understand the impact of the fire the next day on Conjola Park, one of the things that one needs to take into account is the execution of backburnings in the yata yata sector on the 30th?
And other areas, yes, correct.
And other areas, because you weren't just focused on this one little point.
That's correct.
Now, by the 31st of December 2019, withdraw that, in your role as incident controller, you were typically rostered on for day shifts.
That's correct.
Is that because most of the important strategic work in a typical fire year would be done during the day?
Primarily, yes.
But for the 31st of December 2019, the day of the fire's impact on Conjola Park, for example, you were deployed to another sector of the fire. Is that the best way to describe it?
No, there was deployed to another Section 44, the Clyde Mountain Section 44, which was being managed out of the Maria Fire Control Centre.
So is it fair to say that although you were deployed to Bateman's Bay on the 31st of December 2019, you were the incident controller who approved the continuation of the strategic backburn into the early hours of that day?
That's correct.
And were you also continuing to provide some guidance and support to Mr. Palmer, who took over responsibility as acting incident controller on the 31st of December?
On a sporadic basis, as time and phone signals and communications allowed, yes.
But certainly you made yourself available to him if he could get through.
Correct.
To speak to you if he needed to, is that right? In those circumstances, does it seem curious to you that you weren't interviewed for the purpose of the factual investigation into the impact of the fire on Conjola Park?
No, I believe personally, I think the factual investigation was done deliberately by a third party, albeit within the RFS. It was done with somebody with no background or involvement in the event. It purely looked, as far as I can see, at the evidence that was available to them, including the factual evidence in documentation form. I don't really hold an opinion either which way, whether an interview of myself would have changed any outcome of that.
Very well. One of the documents available to that factual investigation was the Shoalhaven Section 44 Currawong report, which you authored. I want to move back in time a little earlier now to the preparation of the Eastern Containment Line in the Yata Yata sector, and drawing on some conclusions expressed within the factual investigation report. That report suggests that works to implement the Eastern Containment Line commenced in this sector around the 24th of December 2019 through the use of heavy plant. Does that sound about correct, for the yada yada sector?
That may be correct. As I said earlier, we were undertaking numerous sections at different times as to the specific commencement and cessation of events in that area. I couldn't tell you.
You had a lot going on.
There was a lot.
Okay, but you don't have any reason to specifically doubt the conclusion expressed in that part of the factual?
No reason at all.
Now, the factual investigation report also suggests that the implementation through the use of heavy plant in the yata yata sector took place on 21 December. Is that possible in terms of the time frame?
It is possible.
And indeed, you give some details yourself in your statement about the events of 21 December, paragraph 28. Could you turn that paragraph up, please?
Yes.
You there refer to multiple events on that day which seem to bring an additional urgency to the completion of the Eastern Containment Line. Is that fair to say?
That's been the 21st of December,
Yes.
extreme fire weather day. Significant weather activity and the merging of the Corowan and Tianjara fires, yes.
So what were you most worried about from the events of that day?
Significantly, with the merging of the Corowan and Tianjara fires, it formed a major extension of that fire in and through the area of Sassafras and pushed the fire up towards and over Braidwood Road. So that's in, I guess, ultimately the central part of this fire. It then opened that fire ground further progression to the north and likely impact in the days following up into Nowra. It also then looked at, as it says there, the Charlies Forest and Mongala, so another exposed community out to the west, which was still at that point in time under my purview as for the Corowan fire before it got excised. But it also moved its way significantly to the east towards the Princess Highway and through a spot fire over the Princess Highway at the Mundiong area.
Where's Mundiong?
Generally, and very basically, I'd say it's to the Princess Highway side of Sussex Inlet and to the south of that area.
So to the south of Sussex?
To the south and west.
So this was at a time when Charlie's Forest Fire was still within your remit as incident controller, although that was to change in a couple of days when a new Section 44 declaration was made. Is that right?
That's correct.
So whilst these series of events on the 21st of December seem to have added some urgency to the need to complete the Eastern Containment Line in the Yata Yata sector, should the court assume that work was still being undertaken in other sectors on the Eastern Containment Line?
Absolutely. The predominant amount of fire still remained to the west of the Princess Highway, apart from that Mundiong spot fire, and therefore our proposed Eastern Containment Line was still valid and viable. So there was ongoing work on numerous sections of that line to finish its construction.
I want to ask you some questions now about the use of aerial incendiaries during the Carawan fire. Did you give the go-ahead for the use of aerial incendiaries as part of the Eastern Containment Strategy from about 21 December onwards, so after the events we've just been discussing in paragraph 28?
Yeah, certainly aerial incendiaries were discussed with the IMT on numerous occasions with a view to actually wrapping sections of the fire up on themselves using natural containment lines within the bushland and or bringing a fire line out to our hard containment lines. I know that we used not only our own resources but those resources of the police and other agencies such as the SES to not only produce but disseminate advice to landholders along the Eastern Containment Line that work was likely to occur. I can't recall whether there was actually any aerial incendiary work actually undertaken. I know that my recollection is that we actually had the aerial appliance that was capable of doing the aerial incendiaries available to us. I believe that it is more than likely that aircraft would have scoped the area out at the very least on the proposed day. But as to the actual activity occurring, I can't recall.
Does that mean you can't exclude it? You can't exclude the possibility that incendiaries were used, but you have no recollection of whether it actually proceeded to the execution of that plan?
That's correct.
The factual investigation itself refers to backburning operations and tactical aerial incendiary being used in East Division of the Currawong Fire, and it gives a particular area in between 12 Mile Road and Wandian Road to the north of the Yada Yada sector. Does that prompt any recollection on your part about the use of aerial incendiaries in this area?
No, it doesn't, but it is, it's as in, I don't recall specifically, but it is likely that would have been a general vicinity we were looking at. And again, that would be the general location where the fire had progressed under its own steam towards our containment line. And under the favourable conditions, or more favourable conditions at the time, it may have been seen that the aerial incendiary work would have brought that out in a controlled format to that line in that location, and it's Wandean Road.
Wandean, sorry,
Okay.
I've been mispronouncing it the entire time. Wandean, all right. Similarly, is it possible if there was consideration and perhaps execution of the use of aerial incendiaries at 12 Mile Road and Wandean Road, is it possible that consideration was given to using the incendiaries down towards Martins Ridge Road and Rocky Ridge Road further to the south?
It may have been possible, yes.
And does it also follow that it's possible that aerial incendiaries were in fact used, although you don't have any recollection of that?
I don't have any recollection. I certainly don't have any knowledge of it, or is it noted in anywhere that I can that I've seen.
Right. I'm just going to show you some drone footage just on this topic of aerial incendiaries and get you to tell us whether you can draw any conclusions from it. We're going to play this shortly in court. It's taken, Your Honour, from the statement, I think, of James Stewart, Volume 9, Tab 123, page 3452 of the brief. And just before we play it, I'll give you some context. Mr. Williams, it's said that this footage was recorded on 19 January 2020 and from the corner of Calgaroo Road and Porters Creek Road, facing overhead and then in a northerly direction and moving clockwise to the west.
Sorry, was that 19 January?
Yes.
Okay, so
2020.
post.
Do you want to write it down?
Yeah.
If we give you...
Would have had a pen. Sorry, I don't have a pen.
I've got a
We'll put in
pen.
a pen for you. And here's some,
We can come back and repeat these details as many times as you need. But it is said it's recorded on the 19th of January 2020 and from the corner of Calgaroo Road and Porters Creek Road, facing overhead, which will make sense when you see the footage, and then in a northerly direction and moving clockwise to the west. And this is the opinion that the witness expresses in relation to what he sees within the footage. He says, through the foliage, you can see patches of browning with black circles out to the west, which is, in my opinion, where incendiaries were dropped by the RFS on 25 December 2019. So Christmas Day drop. Do you follow? All right, we might play that now in court. All right, now, bearing in mind the conclusions Mr Stewart draws from seeing patches of browning with black circles, do you need to watch the footage again, or is that?
I think I've seen what he's trying to put up.
Based on your interpretation of the footage, and I accept that you've seen it for the first time today, I expect, what's your comment on his opinion that it shows where incendiaries might have been dropped? Through the foliage you can see patches of browning with black circles.
I don't necessarily see the same thing. What I see there is I guess what I would call a normal fire ground, which we have seen total, I guess, consumption of the leaf matter on a lot of trees where you don't have, you've basically got the black sticks remaining and then the stumps of the trees. In other areas where there's still vegetation left, that is also normal. As a fire progresses, it doesn't naturally consume every portion of a tree throughout the whole lot. A lot of it, you'll actually have a fire die down during a lull in the wind conditions or an overnight proceeding where the fire will still burn underneath the canopy but won't necessarily take out the canopy. And that's what I tended to see in that video just then. It is also normal during any fire that you will have pockets of unburnt land where a fire will naturally progress either side of an area or through an area. You may have pockets of burnt land within an unburnt area, if that makes sense, where a spot fire may have landed, initially lit up and consumed some area and then self-extinguished again during an appropriate time during the evening as the weather cooled. I think what I just saw then was natural fire progression. I can't see any evidence, apparent evidence there of any aerial incendiary work.
In your answer there, you've referred to the way normal fire behaves or normal fire progression. Are you referring to normal for this season?
Both. So whilst we saw a lot more consumption and higher fire activity during this season, we still naturally saw some areas of bushland that either weren't consumed or consumed with a lower fire intensity. But yes, we did see a lot greater areas which we did see full consumption, and that was evident in that video as well, where we had that full consumption in a lot of areas.
So greater areas of full consumption observed across this season? Generally,
yes.
Including in your experience to the north, the
Yes.
Kangarwalla and the like?
Most definitely.
There's another piece of drone footage that Mr Stewart has provided. This is labelled DJI0044 and it's said to be taken on the same day, and footage from the corner of Calgaroo Road and Porters Creek Road facing in a northerly direction and moving east. And Mr Stewart's evidence is that one can see to the west there is distinct browning and black circles where the incendiaries were dropped. So we'll play that footage now. Thank you, Tanner. All right, Mr Williams, do you need that drone footage played again?
No, that's fine.
What's your response to the evidence from Mr Stewart that this reveals distinct browning and black circles where he concludes incendiaries were dropped?
Similar to my previous video, I can only see what I would call natural fire runs. So it needs to be understood that over a broad landscape area such as that, a fire won't necessarily run in a solid line. It'll run out in fingers. It'll run in fingers due to the wind that's behind it or the aspect of the ground and the vegetation levels within it. And it is normal that you get that full torching or that full consumption of areas in upslope type areas, and it will leave areas where the fire still burns but at a lesser intensity and doesn't take out the canopy level of the vegetation. So it is normal to see black areas, fully black areas such as what we just saw then. And it is very sporadic, which is absolutely normal throughout those areas. And you'll find a lot of the time a telltale will be that vegetation still remaining in canopies would normally follow a creek line area or a depression where the intensity of the fire hasn't got to the point where it's fully consumed the canopy.
Are there telltale signs you would ordinarily expect to see if aerial incendiaries have been used?
There can be, not all the time, depending on how the incendiaries are dropped. Certainly from my experience, incendiaries can be dispersed at varying rates depending on the topography, depending on the vegetation, depending on the intent of the burn as well. And they're sporadically dropped in locations. So what we would normally find if there was going to be any discernible evidence would be regular patterns. The machines are set up that they will drop every so many seconds, whichever it's set to. And you will get a very uniform type look as opposed to sporadic natures of what we just saw then.
Although uniform, there must, though, be the possibility for individual variation on the ground according to fuel loads and topography where the incendiary lands?
Absolutely. Some incendiaries will take if they land on the appropriate vegetation underneath it. Some incendiaries may not take if they don't ignite under their own volition, or if they ignite and they're sitting on bony or scrubby land with not enough fuel to actually commence burning properly. But generally, if a long run or an aerial incendiary activity is concerned, they're usually undertaken at the upper end of a ridge line, and you'll usually find a very uniform pattern of ignition along there.
Have you had experience yourself as an aviation officer within the RFS?
I have.
And has that included conducting aerial incendiary runs?
It does.
And how recent is that?
Actually undertaking aerial incendiary navigation, not for a couple of years, but I am qualified and fairly well experienced over the last 30 years.
So does that mean on this topic, the potential use of the aerial incendiaries, your position is it was discussed by the IMT on more than one occasion?
Certainly.
And probably across more than one sector, is that right?
Certainly.
That do you accept that the SES and other partners like police might have been tasked to distribute flyers to warn the community about the possible use of aerial incendiaries?
Absolutely.
Does that extend, we have evidence suggesting that SMS messages were sent by the RFS and there was a notice put up on an RFS Facebook page?
That is more than likely.
And we also have witness statements referring to hearing or seeing either planes or helicopters in the vicinity of Porters Creek Road and out to the west on days around Christmas Day. Not all accounts are confined to Christmas Day.
Certainly that would be normal. If an activity was intended to be undertaken, the aircraft would have been flying the area well and truly before any incendiary work was to occur. And that would be to identify the exact runs that they needed to do or wanted to do, or whether it was going to be a viable option. And that would also be the case for an air, such as an air attack supervisor, to be overflying such areas to see whether it was still a viable activity to undertake.
So, excuse me, is this fair? Your evidence remains that you have no recollection of making a direction to actually use aerial incendiaries, but you cannot exclude the possibility that such a direction might have been given.
That's correct.
Okay. I want to now move to the events of 30 December in particular. And start by asking you to go to your statement at paragraph 33, please. Can you just read that paragraph to yourself and tell me once you've done so?
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to ask some questions now focused on the information you give in that first statement. This is where you say that by the 30th of December 2019, the eastern containment line was largely completed. However, there remained a number of areas that had not yet had the backburn implemented, creating what I will call open gates along this containment line and across multiple fire grounds with a huge amount of fire on the ground.
Correct.
All right. The use of the phrase open gates, is that your attempt to help us, the lay, people trying to follow the evidence, but from a lay perspective, to understand the theory and the thinking behind the execution of the containment strategy?
That's correct. It's certainly not a general fire terminology that we'd use within the organisation.
All right. What you say at the end of the first line there is that by 30 December, the eastern containment line was largely completed. What do you mean when you say completed?
So that would be the hard groundworks. So the primarily all of the earthworks, the heavy vegetation, the heavy plant division, I should say, all those works would have been predominantly completed by that stage, as would have been a number of areas backburnt from those lines as well.
All right. So I just want to explore that with you. You're not there suggesting, when you say the containment line was largely completed, you're not there suggesting that all of the hard groundworks had been completed and all of the strategic backburns that you wanted to put in off those hard groundworks or other containment lines had been set, had achieved sufficient depth, and then had been appropriately mopped up.
No, we're still very short of that.
So language is important here. So when you say completed, you're referring to hard groundworks had been done and some strategic backburns had been executed.
I would still suggest that predominant amount of backburning had occurred, but there was still, as I've stated in there, open areas which had not yet been backburnt from that hard containment line which had been constructed or that we were going to use.
So you're not suggesting there it was down tools time for the RFS because you'd achieved your goal?
Absolutely not.
You then go on to say, and let me find where you do that. Right. You refer specifically in that sentence, as you have in your evidence just now, to a number of areas that had not yet had the backburn implemented. Do you mean by that a number of areas where the backburn had not even been lit? Or do you mean where the backburn had been lit but not yet achieved sufficient depth? Or do you mean something else entirely?
A combination of both. There'd be certainly areas where the backburn had been lit but still had obtained sufficient depth that we were comfortable with. But there was also where I'm coming at with the open gates, areas which had not yet been locked in, as in backburns met with the from the south to the north in certain areas, and the distances varied between those. Some of them are only quite short, and some of them may have been, obviously longer. As to the exact lengths of each of them, I couldn't tell you.
So using that concept that you use of open gates, are you there talking about areas where the advancing fire edge could burn through unimpeded?
Relatively unimpeded, so the effect of a backburn or the main fire front coming up to a constructed line would only afford the maximum of about 4 to 6 metres worth of fuel reduced.
Sorry, I missed the start of that. Could you repeat that, because that's important?
Okay, so the effect of a main fire coming up to a constructed containment line would only afford a maximum of about 4 to 6 metres, being the width of a grader blade or an implement used to construct that break. In that break being that there's no fuel for the fire to burn through. 4 to 6 metres under those sort of conditions is nowhere near enough. So therefore the intent was to backburn from those lines, and the backburn removes the fuel and progresses the fire back on towards itself. The deeper we get that backburn, the wider that fuel reduced or fuel removed zone is, and the more chance of effectiveness.
Does that mean notionally you can have parts of the containment line where the heavy earth equipment's gone through and it might be a blade, sorry, what was the phrase? A blade width.
A blade width, yes.
Blade width wide. So notionally there's some level of a containment line scratched out by that heavy plant, but that really affords no reliable protection at all from an approaching fire front.
Not of that magnitude, no.
So is this a fair summary? What you're saying there when you talk about needing to close the open gates is that the containment line is in any given sector is really only as strong as its weakest part.
That's correct.
The court heard some evidence yesterday from Mr. Palmer that on the 31st of December in the Yata Yata sector, the aerial crews, before they were grounded by the conditions, observed spotting distances from the escarpment of at least 8 to 13 kilometres in length. Clearly, you're never going to be able to create a containment line of sufficient depth to guard against spotting distances of that length.
No, that's correct.
So are we best to think of the Eastern Containment Strategy as an attempt to hopefully limit fire spread, given that avoiding fire spread was likely impossible in light of the conditions on the ground on the 30th and what was predicted for the next day?
Generally, yes. So spot fire activity aside, what the backburn produced was the effect to stop the main fire front. And the further, I guess, west we could stop that fire front, therefore reduce the ability for that fire to produce spot fires further ahead. But certainly 13 kilometres, we were never going to get that sort of depth with our backburn.
The importance, though, of trying to stop the main fire front is that if that is contained and spotting takes place, you may well have appliances that you can deploy to the spot fires and extinguish before they cause too much damage.
That's certainly the intent.
Frustrated on a day like the 31st of December.
Absolutely.
Now, still coming back to that first sentence of paragraph 33, you refer to open gates along the containment line and across multiple fire grounds. Is that just a reference to multiple sectors along the containment line? Okay. And then you also refer to a huge amount of fire on the ground. What do you mean, if anything, in terms of fire on the ground, specific in the Yata Yata sector, by the 30th of December?
Nothing specifically for the Yata Yata sector, but generally we had a lot of fire on the ground, both wildfire coming towards us and meeting up with some of our containment lines that we'd already put in place, but also that of our backburns that had gone in. So there was a lot of established fire already on the ground. And one of the risks that we had with some of the open gates was that existing backburns that have gone in is progressing in and around themselves and coming back on those open areas.
Right, so you're trying to achieve depth, but you're potentially achieving the introduction of further fire back into the area you're hoping to protect.
If we don't close those gates and get a uniform or as much as a uniform depth from those that containment line.
Okay. Some residents have given evidence in these proceedings to say that the Coronial fire, which passed to the north on the 21st of December, was so extreme that it would have consumed all available fuel and could not therefore have been able to burn back upon itself. What's your response to that observation?
I think there's some of the footage that we've just seen will show that there's still canopy in numerous areas which could, under the appropriate conditions, catastrophic type conditions, still harbour a fire to come back over itself. But predominantly what I would say in relation to those comments is that the fire progressed in a northerly aspect on top of the plateau towards the north. Past the Lake Conjola area, but there was still a very large tract of land lower than the actual plateau itself, which had not been consumed at all at that particular time. And then under northwesterly conditions swinging around, it would produce the capability for that fire to drop down off the escarpment and take out that land that hadn't yet been burnt at all.
What's your evidence based upon in that regard, in terms of both the way in which the fire tracked north on the plateau, let's say around the 21st of December when things were getting particularly bad, and then your observation that it left sufficient vegetation on the intervening ground in between plateau and the land out towards the Princess Highway?
Certainly line scan images would depict where the fire edge was generally on a particular day, which would show the progression of the fire and the boundary of that fire to the north. And it should depict the fact that there was still that open tract of land to the west of Yada Yada that hadn't yet been consumed. But then certainly on the 31st, the morning of the 31st, those line scan images showing that fire progressing through that area with a great rate of knots and intensity.
In terms of what you're seeing from the line scan, though, was that corroborated by reports you were getting from teams in the field?
I wasn't privy to that on the 31st.
Not on the 31st, but in the lead up to?
Generally, yes. We knew that the fire remained primarily up on top of the escarpment. We did have that Monday on spot, and we had the fire come down towards the Princess Highway further north, around that Wandeen Road and further points north. But generally in the vicinity of the west of Sussex Inlet through to Conjola and further points south, predominantly the fire had remained up on top. Although there was evidence of fire being down lower than the escarpment in certain points.
Some of the residents of Yada Yada who've given evidence in these proceedings dispute the suggestion that the fire that impacted upon properties on Karawar Lane and Porters Creek Road, so running west from the Princess Highway in Yada Yada, were as a result of the Currawong fire rather than a result of the strategic backburn. So this is their hypothesis. And they base this on observations, their own observations at the time, their review of satellite images, and upon some further drone footage. And I'm just going to have some of that drone footage played for you now. This is going to be footage that comes from the brief at volume 9, tab 123, page 3448. And in particular, it's a file marked DJI0015. And Mr. Williams, it's said to be footage from 34A, Karawar Lane.
What day?
19 January 2020. And it's said to capture the damage around Karawar Lane facing in a westerly direction. In particular, it's said to show at 00.42 that there was very little fire damage to the McDonald State Forest and to the National Park west of Karawar Lane. Now, do you need me to repeat those details again before we play?
No, I think if we could watch it first.
All right, we'll watch it through. Now, we're just pausing it because in the version that's playing in court, you can't see the time markings to alert you when we're coming up to that important point at 42 seconds. So we're pausing it there, and we're at 40 seconds. So we're about to play again and we'll get to the crucial part. All right, so it's right at the end. We're at 40 and now it's just going to play for another few seconds. Do you want to watch that again in full, or are you okay?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Now, accepting that you've only watched that footage for the first time this morning, what's your opinion in relation to the evidence saying it shows very little fire damage to the McDonald State Forest and the National Park west of Coronial?
I think it says that the level of damage, for want of a better word, or the level of consumption of the vegetation is less in the distance from that photo. What it does show is that in the immediate foreground, there's a walking trail, which I would say would be along the top of a ridge line of some point. And it is normal that if a fire run is going to happen under intense activity or get what we call a head of steam behind it, that it'll be more intense and take out the full consumption, as it has in the foreground of that, where there is no vegetation left at all. In the distance, the fact that there's still a canopy available, there is still evidence there of numerous areas of browning, which I would suggest a fire has progressed through the area. And it is also normal that you will have areas that, as I mentioned earlier in my evidence, are not consumed at all, so unburnt pockets. But it's also likely that there may have been fire through without overflowing those specific areas and seeing through the canopy whether there's been a ground fire through there which just hasn't had the fire intensity to get up and affect the canopy.
Your Honour, is that a convenient time?
Just take the morning adjournment and resume at 12. Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Williams, I'm going to have a document brought up on screen now, which is an RFS document that was provided to residents at some point through some sort of community consultation. I'm just going to ask you some questions based on that document. Are we able to bring the line scan up, please? The 9:50 AM line scan. Thank you, Tanner. All right. We lose the resolution when we zoom in. Just, if Your Honour will just excuse me. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to have that document taken down. If we can go to the one, please, for the 30th of December, and I think it's at 8:33, 2033. All right. If you just assume for the purpose of this question that this is a document that was discussed with affected residents through some sort of community consultation following the fire. Firstly, in the bottom right-hand corner, there seems to be a shot of the people participating in the community consultation. Were you involved in this?
That's correct, on the one on the left as we look at it.
And then the person on the right, is that Mr. O'Donnell?
O'Donnell?
The author of the factual investigation. Okay. So this is marked 30 December 2019, 2033 line scan. Is it in fact a line scan sort of laid over a topographical map so that extra detail can be provided?
That's correct. So it's a topographic map. It's got our own mapping on it as well as the overlay of the line scan image itself depicting the wildfire and the backburn.
Right. What comes from the line scan on this map?
Sorry.
What comes from the line scan on this map? What does the line scan show that's been recorded here?
Primarily without being able to accurately see the wording of that major arrow there, the one pointing to the east, shows the main fire front approaching the backburn in and around the area.
I'm sorry, we're at cross purposes.
Oh, sorry.
In terms of the data that's drawn from the line scan and then inserted onto this topographical map, does the line scan in particular show the going fire edge?
That's correct. It's active fire edge.
Active fire edge, and is it represented on this map by the small red dots that we can see about midway through the map?
That's correct, and the large red dots being active spot fires as well.
All right. Then you've said that some of the data from this map was also data from the RFS, inserted by the RFS? Okay. The line scan data comes from what, a satellite?
It generally is from an aviation source put up at a very high level using infrared imagery.
And how do you know, how is the data from the line scan then inserted into this version of a topographical map?
At some point in time, that data is reproduced or sent almost live back to headquarters, as in RFS headquarters. It is then as it's downloaded, it's depicted and overlaid onto the topographic maps and disseminated.
And then there are shaded areas on the map showing the burnt area. Is that right?
That's correct. The black line, hashed lines.
Where does the data come from to show the shaded areas representing burnt ground?
Again, that would be a composition of previous line scans showing areas that had been previously burnt. It would also be areas that may have been mapped from other aerial services such as air attack supervisors or air observers, and it also may be mapped via reports back from the fire ground from individual resources out on the ground.
All right, so at least 3 sources of information that feed into that map showing where earth is believed to have burned.
At least those 3 across a variant. So in some areas we might not have any information, in other areas we might have all 3.
And in terms of line scan, is that actually going to show you burnt ground?
Not generally. It will pick up where a fire edge in, and it's usually easily depictable that the fire path has gone through an area, so we can determine that the fire, has burnt through, running up to where it currently is.
Does that involve, if you like, an inference? You're looking at line scan 1 compared to line scan 2. You're tracking the leading fire edge and inferring that land in between has been burnt.
Generally, yes.
But for the reasons that you've already spoken about this morning, it's not suggesting, is it, that land has consistently been burnt to the same depth or to the same effect through that shaded area?
That's correct. There could be unburned portions, and the unburned portions are depicted in there where areas haven't been hashed in, but it also doesn't depict the level of consumption of that vegetation either.
One of the residents from Yata Yata says, when he was provided with a copy of this, what is in effect a line scan laid over the topographical map, he says that the shaded areas showing burn area in this map are not accurate, at least to his knowledge and experience on the fire ground. Do you concede that it is in fact possible that the shaded areas showing burnt ground might not be strictly accurate?
There may be variances of some sort. Certainly it'll depict the general knowledge that we had where the fire ground was, and as I said, that would be interpreted and backed up by such things as previous line scan images watching that fire progression.
Is it fair to say that attempts would be made to get this as accurate as possible?
Absolutely.
And there would be a number of sources that you would hope to look to?
That's correct.
But you might not have all of those sources available to you for all parts of the map?
That's correct.
And there's an element of inference involved to the extent you're using interpretations comparing one line scan to another?
That's correct, including those field reports back that a particular appliance is at a particular location and can see burnt ground at an vantage point of the fire.
The appliance that's out on the fire ground and reporting back their observations, who are they making that report to?
Generally through to an individual appliance may go through to a sector commander and then through the chain of command up to divisional commander back into the incident management team.
But somehow that lands with someone who's going to try and import that data into this format, is that right?
That's correct, and that can be in various forms, whether it be mobile phone communication, it could be via radio transmissions, it could also be via photographic evidence being sent direct through to an incident management team's inbox, for instance, or a personal contact within the incident management team. You yourself in the Section 44 report make an observation that at times the information included in the Fires Near Me app, the mapping included in there was not accurate or up to date. Do you recall making that entry in the log, or do you want me to take you to it? I don't recall the specific location.
Okay. We can have that brought down in next. So in your Section 44 report, which is in the big folder in front of you, tab 6, if you could please turn up page 752.
Yes.
And can you just go to line 7 under that heading of public information?
Yes.
And if we move across to the 4th column, can you see there you refer to the Fires Near Me app mapping not accurate / up to date?
Yes.
Then you provide further detail that the burn area shown as active across the entire fire ground, not, then brackets, not accurate, close brackets.
That's correct.
What did you mean by that?
So on the mapping software attached to the Fires Near Me, at that particular time, did not allow the capabilities to show a cold edge of the fire, or a fire that had been, a portion of the fire that had been blacked out. It showed the entire edge as being active. And unfortunately, the interpretation of that by many members of the community was that that was actually a going fire edge, as opposed to internally we would know that there were certain sections of the fire that were less, either less activity or no activity.
So, in a way, what that's telling people might even be useful. If people are interpreting that on the Fires Near Me app as going fire, when in fact it's representing an area where fire has gone through and the ground is now cold, some people might nonetheless be alerted to stay away because they believe it's going fire.
That's correct.
It's not a reason to maintain a system that is potentially inaccurate.
No, certainly the Fires Near Me app was well used and well regarded generally across the board, but there are certain improvements, and this is contained within the recommendations of that report, the certain improvements and hopefully improvements that have been made since that date to depict that.
Do you know anything about improvements in the app up until your time that you left your paid employment there in November of last year?
Not to the point where I'd be able to speak to them. I know that there certainly works in advanced.
I'm just now going to step back in the chronology a little and ask you some questions about the predicted weather condition for the 31st of December. Do you follow the topic? In your statement, you refer to various matters that are raised in the factual investigation and picked up by Jeff Conway in his expert report around one of the fire behaviour analysts at one point focusing upon the Ulladulla weather station to the exclusion of the Nerriga station. I'm not suggesting that you would use Nerriga instead of Ulladulla, but the suggestion being it would have been useful to consider both. You're aware of that controversy?
Yes.
Right. Regardless of that controversy, is it the case that when you were making decisions on the 30th of December about the backburn around Yatta Yatta, you had available to you information about fire reports and weather reports and fire prediction from a variety of sources?
Yes.
And does that include some written fire weather reports or fire weather discussions?
Would have been.
Sometimes those written documents are annexed to the incident action plan themselves. And also discussions at handover meetings between the fire behaviour analyst available.
And not just handover meetings, we had what we call sync meetings during the day with the head functionaries of the incident management team to come together and I guess reset ourselves and make sure that the situational awareness across all the relevant sections was up to date. So,
did you call that sync meeting?
yeah, it's a colloquial term. Sync as in synchronisation.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to take you to a particular fire weather discussion that was incorporated, I think, but I want you to confirm this, into the incident action plan that was to cover Monday the 30th into Tuesday the 31st. Could the witness please be shown volume 9 of the brief? I'm just going to have this brought up on screen, but I think it'll be such poor resolution you won't be able to see it, so you might need to go to the hard copy. So within tab 106, if you could turn up please page, to start with, page 3029. All right. And do you have there an incident action plan, operational period 0800 Monday the 30th to 0800 Tuesday the 31st?
Do.
And then if you could step through please to page 3033.
Yes.
Do you have there a document headed fire weather discussion?
Yes.
That document sits within the incident action plan in the way it's been produced to the court. Does that mean it's likely that it formed part of the incident action plan at the time?
I would suggest so, yes.
Right. I'll have that document brought up on screen now, but Mr. Williams, please use the hard copy in front of you. Can you see from the fire weather discussion, it specifically forecasts at the top of the page next to their section that reads weather situation, going to the second line, winds will begin to increase Monday evening and humidity recovery into Tuesday will be poor, leading to increased fire danger in the early hours.
Yes.
Were you aware of this detail within the fire weather discussion as you were considering the risks and benefits of continuing with the Eastern Containment Strategy across that evening, 30 December into the morning of 31 December?
I can't state that I would have read this specific document, but I certainly would have been made aware of the circumstances and the matter at hand by the likes of the FBAN and other members of the incident management team, such as the planning and operations.
And might that have extended to being aware that there was the possibility of increased fire danger in the early hours of the Tuesday?
It may have done, yes.
You ultimately determined that there was a window, and you've referred to it today as that short window between about midnight through to 2 a.m. on the morning of the 31st of December. Have we got the timing right?
Yes, you do.
Was the determination made that the implementation of the backburn could continue up until 2 a.m. that morning, but no later? Was that determination made in light of this possibility that conditions would deteriorate in the early hours of Tuesday?
Yes, certainly that burning window is the maximum length of duration, so burning up until that point. My understanding is that the burning ceased prior to that actual window itself, but that decision was made in I guess, consultation with the members of the incident management team and their advice through to me, and taking into effect the need and the risk assessments that we undertook. It was deemed that we had that capability, or that I guess maximum duration that we needed to pull that burn up before the weather would take effect.
The divisional commander for the night shift on the 30th into the 31st of December gave evidence yesterday, and he told the court, and I'll be corrected if this is not a fair summary of his evidence, he told the court he didn't have the resources necessary to continue backburning on the night shift, and he didn't personally task any of his crews in Yata Yata to continue with the backburning. Do you have any reason to doubt his thinking along those lines, that he didn't have sufficient crews to pursue the backburning and therefore he didn't personally task any crews to that?
Certainly, crew strength at the time was, and right throughout the event, was less than ideal. We would have certainly welcomed additional resources were they available. As to the actual accounts of the divisional commander, that would be, I'm not in a position to dispute that, but my understanding was that there was additional resources that were on hand, and in the form of a swing shift, which had already commenced prior to the night shift divisional commander coming on board.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about the swing shift, because is it the case that if crews on the swing shift, and possibly some crews in the early part of the night shift, if they did in fact proceed to implement the strategic backburn around the Yata Yata sector, that in fact would have been in accordance with your direction or your authority, even though it might not have been something that the Div Commander implemented himself?
Certainly the Div Commander should have been made aware of that, but it is within the incident action plan, and it was an approved activity in those locations where it was identified. So certainly any burning on that particular line, on the correct side of the line, certainly was approved to get burnt up until that point.
In terms of the weather forecast for the 31st itself, were you ever informed that catastrophic conditions were actually forecast for the yada yada sector for that day?
Not to my understanding.
Do you agree that catastrophic conditions actually eventuated on that day?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Although, let's assume that you weren't, although there was not a forecast of conditions reaching catastrophic levels for the yada yada sector on the 31st, did you nonetheless understand that the weather for that day was going to be very difficult, making property protection from the Coronial fire extremely difficult?
Certainly we knew the weather was deteriorating, and certainly it was to the effect that it did push us to ensure that we had that backburning done well and truly before that weather system came in that bad. And the reason being not only the fact of the weather changing, but the need to have that backburn completed so we got as much depth on that backburn as possible before that weather eventuated.
To shut the gate, to use your terminology.
To shut the gate.
I want to take you to an opinion that's been expressed by one of the residents of Lake Conjola in his evidence, and just give you an opportunity to respond. He suggests that the introduction of more fire via the backburn on the 30th to the 31st of December into an extremely dry landscape was very dangerous unless with enough resources to control the backburn. What's your response to that?
Certainly there's a risk whenever we put fire on a landscape, regardless of time of year and the conditions. It is something that we undertake with the greatest of intents, and risk assessments are undertaken constantly in relation to the risk versus reward. As to, yes, there is an element of risk that we undertake, but the need to actually do something to effect as much protection as practically possible. Certainly the property protection on the day of the 31st with not only the extreme conditions that were predicted, but ultimately what eventuated was catastrophic, saw weather activity and fire activity that was extremely dangerous for firefighting and even property protection. But to sit back and not close those gates was not an option.
Why not an option?
Because as I mentioned earlier, the existence of a 4 metre wide grader break or like the likes of that through those areas which had not been backburned didn't offer any protection, or very, very little protection, as opposed to being able to get significant depth from a backburn. Obviously, the variance level of the depth or the depth of that backburn varied depending on where that and what time that backburn went in. But the more vegetation that was taken out offered more protection in the forms of fuel reduced zone to stop the main fire impacting.
But tell me if this is a fair summary. You didn't make the decision in ignorance of the expected conditions on the 31st of December. It was something that you took into account in conducting a risk analysis and determining to proceed with an attempt to try and complete those backburns to sufficient depth.
Absolutely.
As it transpires, it seems that the crews tasked to the yada yada sector across that evening were ultimately pulled back due to dangerous conditions. Is that something that you've learnt about after the event?
I think I was aware, I recall being aware of dangerous conditions right throughout the fire season, especially with tree fall. It's a note within my report as well about the significant nature of tree fall over fire grounds. We've had numerous near misses up until that time with tree fall across vehicles and devastation elsewhere in the state as a result of that. And I know that since this event, learning that we pulled people back out of that particular area of patrolling because of that danger, and that there's safety of the firefighters is paramount.
Does that mean that was a risk you factored into your decision making? So the possibility that you might introduce or continue the strategic backburn, but then have to withdraw firefighters because of safety concerns. Was that something you actually thought about in terms of deciding about executing the strategy?
Whether it was a specific topic of discussion, I can't recall, but certainly it would have been taken into account that we needed to close those gates. We knew we didn't have the resources that we would normally allocate to an event or an activity such as doing that, but the need, I guess, overrode those sort of circumspects, and the need was there that we had to get those gates closed.
I want to take you now to some photos from the area taken on the evening of the 30th of December. And Your Honour, I'm going to clarify the locations which capture where the photos were taken from, because I have greater detail today than I took the witnesses to yesterday. So firstly, these are photos from volume 9, tab 119. And if we could start please with page 3378. All right, Mr. Williams, this is said to depict the line of fire / backburn where the Evans property meets the McDonald State Forest on the property's western boundary. So that is the eastern edge of the forest. And the handwritten time notation, instead of being 9:28, if you would accept from me that it should read 10:28 p.m. Now, do you agree that if you accept those things, the location and the time stamping, do you agree that this sort of fire would require extensive blacking out over a number of shifts?
It's very difficult to tell from that photo. I would suggest that if this photo was taken from the edge of the backburn, that backburn has progressed significantly into the bushland, that it is now burning at some distance away. If that's the case, the foreground shows completely black, and I'd say that it's fairly cool. However, if the fire was where it's showing as being burning is the actual edge of the backburn as it's just been lit, yes, it's normal that it would require mopping up.
We'll go then to the next photo. This is page 3379. And if you'll accept for the purpose of the questions, it was taken at 10:33 p.m. and it's on Porters Creek Road on the northern side to the west of the junction between the Evans property and the forest. Would you agree that the fire that's represented in this photo would require extensive blacking out over a number of shifts?
Again, looking at the photo, not knowing exactly where it was taken and whether the person taking the photo has stepped into the bushland on burnt ground and taken a photo of the surroundings where the fire has already progressed through. If it's taken from the edge, then certainly blacking out would be necessary in and around, especially those trees that have got the fingers of bark still burning on. However, the general activity in that immediate foreground shows that there's not a lot of fire activity. It's the remnants of timber and bark still burning. The main fire front appears to be some distance in, so if that is the backburn going in, it has achieved a fair amount of depth from the point of where that photo has been taken.
Ideally, if you had the resources available to patrol to do this, in other words, it was safe and you could send your resources in, if this sort of fire was still evident on the line where along the containment edge, is this the sort of fire that you would expect should be extinguished through blacking out?
Certainly, if it was on the edge of the containment line that has just been backburned, there is significant more work that needs to occur for continual blacking out and mopping up.
All right. And then if we come to the photograph at page 3380, it's said to be at the same location at 9:30, if you will accept from me, at 10:37 p.m. Again, would you agree that if this photo was taken on the containment edge, it shows a backburn that requires significant patrolling and blacking out?
Yes, if it was taken right from the edge of the backburn, I'd suggest that yes, that tree needed to be extinguished and the ground cool.
And regardless of whether,
If I can just extend on that, all monitored.
all monitored.
So if you've got a capability for just monitoring that situation, that may be the case.
Regardless of whether or not this is taken on the containment edge, there's real potential that this fire could pose a threat in light of the conditions that are predicted for the 31st of December?
Depending on the vegetation type and level around it. So if it is completely black all the way around it for a distance, then that level of threat would be significantly reduced. If, for instance, that tree is on the edge of containment line and there's vegetation community external to that, and that is going to be downwind from the standard weather that we're going to expect to come in, then yes, it would pose a threat.
At the time that you authorised crews on the ground to continue to implement the backburn up until no later than 2 a.m, did you at that time consider that there was a risk that the burn might not be able to be patrolled or blacked out along the containment edge if you didn't have sufficient resources to patrol it?
Certainly, we put measures in place to have that line patrolled and mopped up as best as the resources that we had at the time. Was it undertaken with less than ideal circumstances? Yes. And was it less than ideal numbers of resources? Yes.
So does that mean you weren't ignorant of the risk that you could put your teams in and they might light up along the containment line, and then through events beyond anyone's control, you don't have the resources to deploy the way you would hope, but you weren't prepared to forego the attempt to complete the backburn, notwithstanding that risk?
That's correct. To do nothing was not the option.
Ultimately, on 31 December of 2019, you were deployed to Bateman's Bay. You've told Her Honour a little about that today, but when were you told about the need to deploy and why was it made so urgent?
It was told very early in the morning. I received a phone call from the Deputy Incident Controller down in that location, who had experienced significant fire behaviour through the like areas of Cobargo, and they were in a very bad situation down there in respect to the fires that had run through that early that morning. I relayed that through to the State Operations Centre and the Deputy Commissioner, and it was decreed that I should get in the vehicle and attend the Maria Fire Control Centre to assist with them down there. They were expecting that a number of their existing staff were not going to be in the office that day, so any assistance I could provide was that was the reason. But it was very early in the piece, around between 5:30 and 6 a.m. from recollection.
At the time that you were directing people on the 30th of December, you expected to be the incident controller in charge of the fire ground during the day on the 31st.
I did.
In terms of the fire that threatened Maruya and Bateman's Bay, we know about the Charlie Mountain fire, is that correct?
The Clyde Mountain, I think.
Sorry, Clyde Mountain. What about the Badger fire? Was it also threatening from a different aspect?
My memory escapes me the exact names, but Badger is certainly a fire that occurred during that season. I believe that it started outside the Irrabadella area but came in on that day, as did a number of other fires, and ran through and affected many communities along the coast.
I'm going to move on to the last topic, which is just some of the observations you make in your Section 44 report. But before I do, is there anything further that you want to tell the court about your decision-making around the implementation of the backburn on the 30th through to the early hours of the 31st? Or your experience in the field on the 31st that we haven't already covered?
Certainly, I guess just to reiterate that the decision to make to continue to lock those gates or to close those gates was imperative to afford the most amount of possible protection to the communities, both immediately beside the backburn itself, but also to the communities further to the east, and the effort to keep the fire to the west of the Princess Highway. The decision wasn't solely myself. Ultimately, yes, I was the one who approved it as the incident controller, but it was certainly done in conjunction with discussions with the FBAN, taking into account fire weather discussions and fire weather reports, and also the experiences leading up to the 31st. So the weather conducive that we were getting through on a daily basis with the line of convergence that's been previously mentioned, and the possibility that that area may still be under the influence of a northeasterly during the day. That line of convergence often didn't occur until way to the west of the Conjola area, and we were hopeful, although we didn't rely on it, that we were going to get that influence throughout the 31st, which, if that was the case, would have negated a lot of the issues that we ultimately experienced. But certainly taking into account all the weather stations in the area was certainly prudent and prominent, and using those ones on the eastern seaboard, such as Nowra and Ulladulla, was also at the same area, the elevation area, the same sort of coastal influence was certainly taken into effect, as well as all the other things that I've just mentioned.
Did the convergence on the 31st, and bearing in mind you weren't there for the Carawan fire in yada yada that day, did the convergence actually occur further to the east than it had occurred on earlier fire days, even in the previous week or so?
Certainly right throughout the event, and we experienced it up in the northern tablelands when I was up there as well. Some days the convergence may be out off the coast, so we'd be under a northwesterly influence right throughout the land area. Other times that the easterly would push in as far as the escarpment that we were talking about, or further in depth as well. Where it actually converged on the day of the 31st, I'm not aware, but I would reliably presume it was in effect over and around the Conjola and just in off the coast.
Well, what you're saying there is that it was hard to predict where the convergence was going to land.
It was, yes. It was probably one of the hardest things to deal with through that entire fire season.
I just want to take you now to another observation you include in your section 44 report. Do you still have that open in front of you?
I do.
Could you just please turn to page 747?
Yes.
And then in line 8 on that page,
Yes.
do you see you refer to poor mopping up, blacking out and patrolling practices and an increasing false belief that it can be undertaken from on board a vehicle?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
So as a result of the after-action reviews that I attended and were conducted right throughout the fireground, and this was also replicated in the northern tablelands, the quality and quantity of blacking out in general had dropped to the point where a lot of fire crews, regardless of agency, had, I guess, become of the belief that they could undertake those duties from the refuge bay or from the vehicle, as opposed to getting out and doing the hard, nasty, disgusting type work, which is blacking out. It is very laborious. It is very time consuming. It is not the nicest activity for a firefighter to do, but it is imperative that it's done well. I think it's been mentioned previously, the depth of the mopping up and blacking out, the deeper you do, the less chance there is of any spot fires occurring from there. But it often involves not only just putting water onto a particular spot, but you have to circumvent an entire tree to make sure that the back part of the tree isn't still alight and potentially going to cause concern. Likewise, there's a need to turn over logs and cool the underside of logs and make sure that the ground is generally cold. So the better you can do that job, the more protection it affords. Unfortunately, and during the 1920 season especially, it became an issue not by any intent of any firefighter out on the fireground, but a lot of the reasons was fatigue issues. As I said, it's very laborious, very time consuming, and we had a lot of other priorities with going fires still, and we just didn't have the resources to dedicate to doing that, mopping up to that degree. But the intent of that recommendation is to highlight the need for the RFS and other agencies to look at in the future, to reinforcing the fact of how important that job is, because it wasn't until we could have a fire contained for many, many days, only to have one fallen log, which could have been blacked out, throw a spark out and put us back to square one again.
Feeding into the fatigue of the crews in the field was the fact that they were being asked to patrol and mop up containment lines of extraordinary length. Is that right?
Massive lengths. As I mentioned before, 500 kilometre perimeter on this fire alone, times that about what was going around the state. Evidence of crews being out regularly through the entire fire season. Fatigue was a significant issue.
And then in terms of any response from the RFS in how they try and manage the issues you've identified around patrolling practices, in light of further bad seasons that might be coming for us, so it might not arise every year, but up until the time that you left the RFS in November of 2022, do you know if any initiative had taken place in response to those sort of problems you'd identified?
Certainly within the Shoalhaven while I was still there, we, as a result of the after-action reviews, which all highlighted the fact that mopping up needed to be better, there were certainly moves afoot, not only from myself as the district manager, but also the captains and group officers within the Shoalhaven were imploring back through the relevant meetings that they had and training meetings that they had, the need to increase the level of and quality of mopping up that was occurring.
Your Honour, those are my questions.
Thank you. Mr Newton.
Yes, Your Honour. Mr Williams, just in terms of the mopping up that you've just been asked about, the process of mopping up is something which takes place over days and potentially weeks, is that right?
Certainly, depending on the fireground, yes.
And just if we can confine it to perhaps a smaller fireground so that the scale of the task is easy to comprehend, but say one has a fireground of a number of hectares, then the idea in order to contain it is to put a mineral earth containment line around the fireground, if that's possible. Is that right?
Generally, yes. There are circumstances we may just, if, for instance, a grass paddock, we might just drive around without that mineral earth and just wet down the edge. But where we need a hard line, that would be a constructed edge around.
And perhaps I've made the fire too small, but if it's assume it's a bigger fire, but there is a containment line constructed around it, and there's been back burning from the containment line in towards where the fire had burned. Is the idea behind blacking out that the first part of it is the edge immediately adjacent to the containment line? You want to have that black, and that will ideally prevent short-range spots from just jumping over the road or whatever the hard containment line is and starting a new fire in the unburned country outside the containment line. Correct. And then the firefighters in that dirty process you described go into the fireground and are seeking to remove any heat from the fireground. Is that right?
To a significant depth. So it may be a stage process where, as you said, initially it's right on the edge of the containment line. And then as circumstances allow and resources allow, you would deepen that further and anywhere 1.5 times the height of the general vegetation in the area, or a length of hose, which is 30 metres, is generally the distance that we go in. But it's not 30 metres straight up. You do the immediate edge and then you work in from that, and it's regular.
And at its, in terms of the ongoing process that's involved, it can involve seeing an area that's giving off smoke and putting water onto that area. Is that correct?
There's many different ways of doing it. It's visible, it's feeling everything from the back of your hand through to using thermal imaging cameras in circumstances which allow you to do that. So in a more benign fire season is what you're indicating with available resources for periods of time. That's the length of stuff that you will go to actually undertake that, as well as employing dangerous tree assessment crews to make sure that trees that have been affected by fire are either brought down and rendered safe, or extinguished in a manner that's acceptable so it doesn't pose any further threat.
And ultimately the idea is that one, if there's still active fire in the fire ground, you're seeking to provide a barrier between that active fire and unburnt vegetation to stop the fire escaping into the unburnt vegetation and essentially becoming an uncontained fire again. Is that correct? And ultimately, though, the fire will be declared out at some point, generally through the intervention of weather. Is that a fair assessment?
Generally, a lot of smaller incidents we will declare out because of purely firefighting activities have managed to get on, and we've had numerous days of patrolling and we're quite certain that the area is safe. But in an area such as this and the Coronial fire, it's usually a weather-ending event that will cause the fire to be declared out.
Now, in terms of the backburn that was put in on the 30th during the shift where you were the incident controller and going into the evening of the 31st, or 30th and 31st, that was essentially the first stage of a process which, had it been successful, would have gone on for days and potentially weeks. Is that right?
Most certainly, if priorities elsewhere hadn't depicted otherwise.
And from on that, it's correct, is it not, that at night there are dangers of entering into a fire ground and undertaking mopping up activities?
Most certainly, more so at night, yes.
And just having regard to that fire season, there was the danger of trees falling onto firefighters had they been going into fire ground with active flames. That's one danger.
At all hours of the day, but certainly increased at night.
And there are other dangers in terms of tripping over material and that type of thing within a fire ground. And from the perspective of what the risk posed by the fire that evening, as a general proposition, the evening is a more benign period where you expect fire activity to be less. Is that correct?
Generally, yes.
And as you go later into the evening, the risk posed by fire generally is less than it is, say, in the afternoon, for example.
Generally, yes.
And that it's also the case, isn't it, that, well, I would draw that. So in terms of the oversight of a backburn after it's been put in, it consists, does it not, of a number of elements. One element is patrolling the backburn just to make sure that there is no spot overs over the containment line. And as part of the patrolling of a backburn, if there's a spot over, then that can be responded to if it's seen and crews can get to it in a timely manner.
As long as they've got access, yes.
And it's also to keep an eye out for hotspots within the fire ground that may pose a threat of spotting over. Is that correct? And if there's any flames which can be reached using a hose or that type of thing near the edge of the containment line, then the crew would generally attempt to put that out in order to start the blacking out process. Is that right? And it's your understanding, isn't it, that on the evening of the 30th going into the 31st, there was in fact no breach of the backburn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And so, although you've been asked some questions about the level of resourcing, and I think as a general proposition, you'd say you would rather have had more resourcing, and that would have been a better thing, but you were dealing with the resources that you had. But as it turned out, the resources which were there on the evening of the 30th going to the 31st were able to, or with those resources, there was no breach of the containment line that evening.
Not that I'm aware of, and the resources on hand dealt with anything that happened during the night as far as I'm aware.
Then going into the morning of the 31st, and I know you're not there, but it's correct, isn't it, that throughout that fire season, the as a general proposition, there were more resources dedicated to the day shifts than the night shifts. And that is consistent with the general proposition that during the day, the risk posed by the fires in the environment was greater than at night.
Generally, yes, and certainly generally in the early afternoon to mid-afternoon.
And the intent of the 31st was that the crews that had been deployed to the Eastern Division, at least some of them were there to patrol and mop up and deepen that backburn that had been put in.
I wouldn't say deepen, because that would have been introducing further fire, but certainly patrolling and mopping up that fire edge through the 31st was the intent.
I see. So is this how, in terms of the concept of deepening, that's really, that's something which occurs through the process of the backburn moving towards the fire front and taking out vegetation as that occurs, is that right? And then in terms of securing the backburn, that's the process of firstly patrolling, secondly blacking out, and third, and blacking out and mopping up as things which really are used interchangeably. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
So the blacking out is something which is hard work, which goes on potentially for days.
Up to days, yes, even weeks, depending on the fire ground and all the circumstances of an individual incident.
But from your understanding of the 31st of December, at a point relatively early in the morning, there was a spot fire which breached the containment line. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that spot fire rapidly developed into a wildfire which impacted on the communities to the east of it. And at that point, in terms of the priorities for crews deployed out to the firefighting, is it your understanding that effectively what happened was crews were redeployed to undertake property protection wherever there was a need and the crews were able to get to it?
That's my understanding.
But given the scale of the fire that developed to the east, in particular around Fisherman's Paradise and Lake Conjola and the other communities in that area, there was certainly not sufficient resources to have a fire truck at every house.
Insufficient resources and access became an issue as well as the fire progressed in and over the access ways.
And when you're getting fire burning under those sorts of extreme conditions that you had on the 31st, is it fair to say that there's never going to be enough fire trucks to respond to the impact that it has on communities when there's multiple houses in those communities?
That is absolutely the case, and one of the key messages we were trying to get through to the community is that resources were stretched throughout it, and that each community member needed to make their own preparations and be prepared to enact those at any particular time, and not to expect an appliance at every individual residence. We just did not have that capability. And even firefighting on a day such as that, which is ultimately catastrophic, any form of firefighting is dangerous, and our firefighters in those circumstances turn their efforts to rescuing and advising the public of the incoming path of the fire, as opposed to actually standing in front of a fire in any way, shape or form.
Now, you were asked, on that morning, you had been deployed down to the Bateman's Bay area because of fire that was impacting in that area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that a fire that was that was a wildfire that was burning into that area without the benefit of any backburn? Is that right?
I understand, yes.
And that had a very severe impact on communities in around Mogo and other areas in the Bateman's Bay area?
Many other areas south as well, but the Clyde Mountain fire itself, where it came into the back of Bateman's Bay, ran unabated for many kilometres into that area, and significant behaviour, and there's line scan imagery showing the heat signature from that fire as it progressed in and around that vicinity. But certainly countless numbers of properties were affected and impacted right throughout that area, through Mogo especially, and all the coastal communities around that area of Bateman's Bay.
And even further to the south again, there was a severe impact in the next rural fire district in the area of Cobargo and Bega and that Bega Valley area and communities in that area.
That's correct. The same incident management team was managing all of those areas at the same time. So it was multiple fire fronts running through that area, right from Eden down on the border through and up to Bateman's Bay. And that was their area of, combatment, but numerous fire fronts. So it was fighting fires on numerous areas.
And those fires to the south are examples of the capacity of fire when, I'll draw that. Those were examples where fire was running essentially uncontrolled under the weather that was influencing it on that day. Is that right?
Generally, yes. I think there may have been containment lines on one or more of those fires that we just mentioned, but once the fire had breached those containment lines, it ran unabated into those coastal villages.
Now, from your experience in that season, did you have some success with the containment lines that were constructed?
Absolutely, and even in the eastern containment line of the Carawan fire, that 108 kilometres, we believe that it broke out on the 31st in 4 locations, and the devastation that it caused cannot be denied. But that entire line, it was predominantly successful throughout that line. In many other circumstances throughout that campaign and in the Northern Tablelands, we saw backburns that actually held for quite significant time. Those that often broke many days after, when a significant catastrophic type day came through again and threw something over the line.
Your Honour, I know it's 12:59. I've probably got about 5 minutes left.
Oh,
Right.
I think keep going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you were asked you gave some evidence about the containment line that you put in 2001 in the Blue Mountains, or that you were involved with, which was a containment line, as I understood your evidence, from Glenbrook until the King's Tableland Road. Is that right? And it was on the southern side of the communities that are in the Great Western Highway, and in fact on the backs of properties and that type of thing. Is that right? And that was the King's Tableland Road runs from Wentworth Falls in a southerly direction and eventually ends up at Warragamba Dam. Is that right? A lookout?
It runs out to a lookout, yeah, not quite the Warragamba Dam, but I think it runs out for about a 10-kilometre distance west of the Great Western Highway.
So that containment was a successful containment over that lengthy period. But the same fire did burn, the same fire the day after it started, burned in an uncontrolled fashion into the communities of Warragamba and Silverdale and even further east into Sydney's outskirts. Is that right?
Yes, and also up to Glenbrook, the southern community of the Blue Mountains itself. It also impacted in around there, but certainly Warragamba and Silverdale. And
so that was a fire that on Christmas Day 2001 spotted across the Warragamba Dam, and because it was so early in the fire, there'd been no opportunity to put in any containment lines to its east. Is that correct?
There was no opportunity to get in there where it was depicted. There was numerous other fire activity in and around the vicinity, around Springwood, Winmalee and other areas not related to the Mount Hall fire that we were also responding to, which were impacting on communities in the area. And that fire at Mount Hall wasn't able to be rounded up in the initial, initial attack for that area. And as a result, it progressed, for many weeks after that and impacted on all those communities up to Wentworth Falls and ultimately over the Warragamba and the Hawkesbury River as it was. So
as an incident controller, you'd experienced what can happen when uncontrolled wildfires runs under unfavourable weather conditions, and you'd also experienced putting in containment lines and the benefits that could have for communities.
Absolutely.
Now the final topic I want to ask you about is in terms of the Currawong fire. You were asked about its movement north and the fact that the northern movement had gone beyond the yada yada area. And your evidence, as I understand it, was that was generally speaking up on the tableland area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But it's also right, is it not, that the fire was essentially moving in all directions? So it had a westerly flank, which was moving in a westerly direction. Is that right?
Yes.
It had an easterly flank, which was moving in an easterly direction.
Generally, yes.
And depending on under what weather influence there was actually operating on the fire ground, the rates of spread would essentially change. So if there was a southerly influence, then the northerly flank would be the head fire. Is that right? But once the fire came under a westerly or northwesterly influence, there was a real potential for it to move in an easterly direction.
Correct. So the easterly flank would then become the head of the fire, or the predominant head of the fire.
And once you got extreme up to catastrophic conditions with a westerly or northwesterly influence, that easterly flank had the potential to travel many kilometres in a day. Is that right? And there's been some evidence about 8 kilometre spotting distances and 13 kilometre spotting distances. And that just demonstrates, does it not, that under the conditions which prevailed on the 31st of December, in the absence of containment, the easterly flank of the Currawong fire had the potential to spread long distances in a very quick time. Is that right?
Absolutely unabated.
Those are my questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr Newton.
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you very much. You're now excused, Mr
you.
Williams. We'll adjourn till 2 o'clock. Yes, Ms Ward.
Your Honour, the next witness is Ronald Ashton. He's appearing via AVL from Nowra.
Mr Ashton, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thanks very much. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Sir, is your name Ronald John Ashton?
Yes,
And are you a group captain with the Rural Fire Service based out of the Nowra Fire Control Centre?
that's correct.
Have you provided two statements to the court about the Currawong fire? The first from back in July of 2020, detailing your early experience with the fire in its early stages. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay, and then the second being a statement from the 19th of May this year, so only a few days ago, dealing with the backburn in the Yatta Yatta sector.
That's right.
Okay. I want to ask you firstly some questions about your involvement with the Rural Fire Service, and I want to draw on your long experience fighting fires to help us understand the conditions that you and your team were confronted with in 2019. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay. How long have you been involved with the RFS?
42 years.
Sorry, was that 4-2 or 3-2?
42.
4-2. And in what capacity, Mr. Ashton?
I've been a captain of a brigade and I've been a group captain recently for 27 years.
So does that mean always in a volunteer role?
Always in a volunteer role, yes.
All right. And has that mainly been in the Shoalhaven, or have you also volunteered in other parts of the state?
I've been in the state for fires, Victoria.
In terms of your volunteer work, though, have you always been a volunteer based with the team down in the Shoalhaven?
Yes, always in Shoalhaven.
Okay. It's the case, though, isn't it, that from time to time you've been asked to travel to other parts of the state to assist in other firefighting efforts out of territory?
Yeah, multiple roles in other fires across the state.
And is it the case that that actually happened in 2019, where you were asked to travel up to the Northern Rivers and assist up there before the Currawong fire had even commenced?
Yeah, late in 19, we were up in the Northern Rivers area.
Do you recall where you were up in... I'm sorry to cut you off. What were you going to say?
Up around the Taree Telegraph Point area.
All right, Taree and Telegraph Point. And what about further up? Did you have any role in the fires further to the north?
No, not at all.
How long were you deployed to the fire scene at Taree or Telegraph Point?
Oh, I think it was a 7-day deployment. I couldn't be sure.
Okay. And what work were you doing on that deployment?
I was the strike team leader for a group of trucks that went up from Shoalhaven.
Does that mean you were based in the Incident Control Centre but helping to manage the Shoalhaven strike team in the field?
Yeah, that's correct. So I wasn't based, I was out on the field with the strike team.
Oh, okay, so you were literally out on the fire ground in the Taree area, correct?
That's correct.
And was the Taree fire a fire being managed under a Section 44 declaration? Do you remember?
Yes, it was.
Other witnesses have told the court that in the 2019-2020 season, they would sometimes use tactics on a fire that would ordinarily succeed in slowing or stopping a fire front, but the tactics just had no effect on some of these fires. Did you have a similar experience?
Successful success with any of the fires in the Taree area.
right?
But all we did was add more fire to the ground.
So we're having a little trouble hearing you clearly. Did you say you were successful with the fires in the Taree centre, Taree area?
We were not successful.
You weren't, okay. And were you using strategies up there that you thought in a typical fire season may well have had a good chance of success?
That's correct.
What do you think was the reason why these usual strategies were not working in the Taree fire?
If I knew, I would have put the fires out.
I'm sorry? We just
I said
can't hear you very well.
If I knew the answer to that, I would have put the fire out.
If it knew the answer to that, it would have put the fires out.
Okay. All right, I get you. But is it because of the weather conditions at the time? Is it because of the fuel loads and dryness on the ground? Is it because of a lack of resources, or was it a combination of a whole lot of factors?
At that particular time, it wasn't a lack of resources, it was just the fuel loads and the weather.
Okay. Did your experience on with that strike team up at the Taree fire earlier in the year influence the way you came to approach the Carawan fire later in the year?
Yeah, we had the same issues in the Coroners fires. That,
So you had
the tactics we used didn't work. The weather was against us,
the weather was against you?
always.
I want to ask you some questions about your work as the divisional commander on the East Division for the Carawan fire. Can you see that you refer to that in paragraph 7 of your statement? Can you see there, Mr. Ashton, you refer to being on duty and you had a unit from down south travel the containment line that you were constructing from Turpentine Road to Milton?
Yeah, that was a containment line that was to the west of the Princess Highway. That was over a stream that we've been putting in place to try and contain the fire to the west of the highway.
All right, so I got a containment line to the west of the highway. If you just pause, Mr. Ashton, I'm just going to see if we think we were picking that up clearly enough for transcript.
We're just having a little bit of trouble with the audio, Mr. Ashton. So that's what we're just waiting to make sure that it's all being recorded properly. Just one moment.
Is there anything they can do at that end?
Can-
Okay. Mr. Ashton, could you sit just a little further away from the microphone, please? Because that might be distorting the sound that we're getting in Lidcombe. All right, let's have a go at that. Okay. So I'm sorry, I was asking you questions about this work in December where you had a unit from down south travelling the containment line, and you were saying that they were working, I think, on the containment line to the west of the Princess Highway?
That's correct.
All right. And do you know, in paragraph 7, are you referring to a time when you were in the position as divisional commander?
That's correct. I was rostered on for 3 days and then 2 off. So in those 3-day period that I was on, I would make sure that I'd got somebody to patrol that line.
And typically when you were rostered on as the divisional commander, you seem to have been rostered on the day shift. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. So what you say in paragraph 7 is that your crews would report back to you about the state of the containment line and if there were any bits that we needed to tidy up. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you say sometimes they came back with ideas to strengthen it, which you carried out. What sort of ideas are you referring to there?
Well, it might be that the containment line was bare enough to widen it. It might be that it's been cut down to a gully. We have to do something about that. It might be that where we've burned off it, we need to strengthen the burn. There are various things that we needed to do to make the line stronger.
Your Honour, I can hear
Yeah.
a bit, but
Mr. Ashton, I'm so sorry. We're still having some problems with the audio. I wonder if we just went to audio, would that help?
okay.
Maybe, apparently if you speak a bit softer, Mr. Ashton, it might help. So sorry.
I don't know whether I can borrow.
Yeah, no, that doesn't seem to be helping.
I mean, the other alternative, Your Honour, is that we keep the video stream running, but actually take the evidence over the
I
phone.
think we should. Yeah, do we need, you need me to adjourn, Brett?
Yes, would Your Honour mind doing that? briefly.
Mr. Ashton, we're going to go to a different way of doing it with the phone. So I'm just going to step off for a sec, and then everyone is going to organise that, and I'm sure that'll be a lot better. And I'm so sorry for mucking you around. We'll adjourn. So sorry about that, Mr Ashton. Hopefully this will work.
Yeah, I can hear you quite clear.
Oh, and you're coming through very clearly here too. Thank you. Yes, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Ashton, I wanted to ask you some questions about the things you say in paragraph 8 of your statement. Can you see there, you say that from time to time our crews burnt off the break, but it was nowhere near Porters Creek Road. You say that Porters Creek Road and Turpentine Road both run east-west. The break that was being constructed by our crews ran north-south between those roads west of the highway. Do you see that?
Yes,
When you say our crews in that paragraph, can you remember which crews you're talking about?
no, they would have been just crews that were detailed off on the day that were available. Who they were in actual, I have no recollection of who they were.
All right. So they may have been crews that you were familiar with through your work as group captain, but is it also possible that they could have been crews from other services, including Fire and Rescue New South Wales?
They were not Fire and Rescue New South Wales.
Okay. You have a memory of that?
Yeah. Fire and Rescue won't go off the bitumen road.
Right. So that's what we're talking about here is some RFS crews going off-road to continue work on the Eastern Containment Line between Porters Creek Road and Turpentine Road. Is that right?
Yeah, basically.
And can you recall what time frame your crews were working on that stretch of the Eastern Containment Line?
Well, it was under construction for a period of days,
Right.
and when the crews were working on there, they would have been only crews that would have been available that weren't designated for other tasks.
Right. Can you recall, did the crew working on that section of the Eastern Containment Line finish the job to your satisfaction prior to the events of 31 December?
My recollection is that it was never completed, that it only got as far as Golden Flats, and that was when the fire broke out.
All right. I know you say in your statement that you don't have a particular recollection of 30 December 2019, but I just wanted to ask you if you can remember this specific event. Do you have any recollection on the 30th of December being told about a decision from the incident controller and the incident management team to permit crews to continue burning around Porters Creek Road late in the swing shift through the night shift to the early hours of 31 December?
I only worked on the day shift, so I'd have no recollection of what happened in the swing shift or the night.
Yes, so it might not have been something that was brought to your attention. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. You do, though, have a better recollection of the terrible events the next day. Is that right?
I do.
Were you worried about what might happen on the 31st, even before the day arrived?
I was worried about what was going to happen every day, never mind about the 31st.
All right. Was there something in particular about the 31st that made it stick in your mind more? No, withdraw that. Were there concerns about the 31st of the same level that you had for other days across the season, or were you particularly worried in advance?
Probably the 31st was the worst day's weather we had in the whole fire.
Right. You were divisional commander on the 31st for the East Division, is that right?
That's correct.
And it seems that division was then divided into different sectors. Have I understood that properly?
Well, not from my point of view. I don't remember it being sectorised.
Okay. You had a long stretch that you were responsible for that sort of dragged out over about 40 to 50 kilometres in length. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so whether we call it a sector or a division or whatever term we use, is it fair to say that, to your mind, you divided your team into one group in the south and a different group up in the north.
No, that's not the way it works. The IAP
Right.
comes out and designates particularly tasks that need to be done on that particular day,
Yes.
and other things that of concern that need to be dealt with. And that's how the allocation of work goes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have completely misunderstood your evidence, Mr. Ashton. You're quite right. In paragraph 11, you're describing the East Division running from the north side of Durras Lake in the south all the way up to Turpentine Road south of Nowra. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so that entire division that you're responsible for stretched over about 40 to 50 kilometres. Have I understood that correctly?
That's correct.
And on the 31st of December, were you out in the field with your teams from time to time, or did you stay in one place?
I stayed in one place. I was in the Ford control van at Milton Showground, which was the staging area.
Okay. Obviously, then you were dependent upon your crews in the field to be your eyes and ears for the fire. Is that right?
That's correct. The
Did you then
information
have-
is only, I'm just
Please
saying,
go
it's only as good as the information you get from the field of how
Yes.
you deal with a fire.
Yes. Did you have particular sector leaders reporting back to you across that day?
It wasn't sectorised,
Okay.
but I had different strike team leaders that would report to me before they went on the fire ground
Yes.
and give me information from the fire ground or report when they were leaving the fire ground.
It seems from the statement one of the things that you were most concerned about on the 31st was that you and your team would be trying to protect villages and towns that only had single road access in and out.
Yeah, majority of the towns on the eastern side of the Princess Highway have one access roads.
Do you have a recollection today as to how many of those villages and towns were ultimately isolated because of fire impact on the 31st?
Yeah, Conjola, Bendalong, I think Sussex at one stage, probably
So-
Depot Beach.
Would it be fair to say that your concerns that some of these villages would be isolated actually eventuated and many of them were isolated because of fire impact?
They were isolated, but various people in each of the village from the RFS were stationed in those villages.
Yes. Had been stationed there in light of the anticipated fire conditions. Is that
That's
right?
correct. That's correct.
In paragraph 14 of your statement, you say that resources were very limited on the day. And I
They
wanted
were
to
more,
ask,
the resources were just about non-existent on that particular day because of the amount of calls that we had for assistance. It was catastrophic weather conditions and fire weather. The communications were overcome. We were overcome. It was just everything was beyond our comprehension, I think.
the way you describe it in your statement, it seems like it was a day where you were constantly trying to move limited appliances around, but you just never had enough. Is that fair to say?
That's fair enough to say.
And you in fact lost at least one appliance during the course of the day. You refer in your statement to an appliance being caught up in a rollover,
Yeah,
and then you refer to
there was a Cat 9 rolled over underneath the bridge at, I can't remember the name of the place.
All right, so is that a category 9? Is that a tanker?
Yeah, that's a small, like a Land Cruiser with a small tank on the back, a crew of 2.
All right, crew of 2 in the Land Cruiser. You also refer in your statement to one of the appliances being burnt out. Is that a reference to the Cat 9 or a different appliance?
No, same one.
In your statement, you tell the court that at one point you were sending a crew a crew vehicle, which was a PC, a personnel carrier. What do you mean by personnel carrier? For those of us who are not at all familiar with the appliances in your
Probably
service.
a dual cab Hilux.
You say in the statement you were sending a crew in a PC to a house on fire where there was nothing they could do.
Yeah, well, a twin cab Hilux doesn't carry any water or firefighting appliances. In other words, we were just turning up, maybe we could pick somebody up.
Yes. And in an ordinary day, in an ordinary fire season, you wouldn't send a PC out to a house on fire as your only response. Is that right?
That's correct. I think on that particular day, we had over 1,000 000 calls. And because we're legislated to answer all 000 calls, right, at one stage I called the Fire Control Centre and told them not to send any more 000 calls because we couldn't even have a push bike.
Right. So the calls would still come into 000 Fire
Yep.
Centre, but there was nothing you could respond with in the field.
Not at all, nothing to respond with.
Prior to this season, I withdraw that, prior to this day, had you ever experienced fire conditions and fire behaviour like it in your years and years of experience with the RFS?
No, this whole season was somewhere, beyond comprehension.
And would it be fair to say, even though you'd had that experience at the Taree fire earlier in the season and you knew that things could get really bad, that still you couldn't really anticipate in advance how terrible the conditions would be on the 31st of December?
No, the weather just kept getting worse and worse.
So we've got the weather getting worse and worse, and we've got a lack of appliances.
And the fire's getting bigger and bigger.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Even if you'd had additional appliances available to you at this point when the fire's getting bigger and bigger, did you have any sort of strategies beyond purely defensive strategies or perhaps evacuating residents and community members that you might have been able to try if you'd had more resources at the time?
No, I don't think we had enough time to do any of that. The events that happened moved too fast to be able to plan that far ahead.
So it's not just a question of a lack of resources, it's also the extraordinary scale and reach of the fire.
Yeah.
Mr. Ashton, is there anything else that you wish to tell the coroner about your experience of the Currawong fire that we haven't already covered this afternoon or that's not in your statement?
Well, probably only that I hope we never get another experience like that. And our main problem that we had fires all over the state, that resources that we would normally call on weren't available because they were dealing with their own fires. We were just out of resources.
Those are my questions for Mr. Ashton, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Ashton. There might be some other questions from Mr. Newton. I'm just checking now.
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashton, and it's so impressive, your 42 years of volunteering. So thank you for your service as well.
All right.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that's the close of the evidence for today. Tomorrow, Your Honour, is concluding the inquiry, the inquests into the deaths related to the Good fire. And then we will resume for the Currawong fire on Thursday to hear from the court-appointed expert, Mr. Jeff Conway.
Thank you. We'll adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.